betul.
Apa ya? Hari ini Cilar tinggal
maju penolakan.
Iya. Alasannya penolakan.
Terus dikirim ke situ.
Wis, formatnya.
Jangan di situ.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menyelenggarakan pendidikan secara profesional dan berkualitas berbasis literasi riset. Berdiri sejak tahun 2013, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal terus berupaya membuktikan eksistensi diri dalam dunia pendidikan.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didirikan untuk menciptakan sebuah akademisi yang cukup profesional dan diharapkan memiliki sebuah wawasan global.
Menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam interdisiplin keilmuan. Saat ini, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal mempunyai 3 program studi magister, yakni Magister Manajemen, Magister Hukum, dan Magister Pedagogi.
Menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompetensi dengan manajemen global, dilandasi dengan konsentrasi jurusan, antara lain manajemen sumber daya manusia, manajemen pemasaran, manajemen keuangan, dan semuanya menjadikan tuntutan global.
Magister Hukum Universitas Pancasakti Tegal berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi unggul di bidang ilmu hukum dalam pembangunan literasi hukum menuju pemberdayaan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. Magister Hukum menerima mahasiswa dari semua jenjang program sarjana S1.
S2 Magister Pedagogi sampai saat ini mempunyai beberapa keunggulan. Linier untuk guru semua bidang studi. Kemudian juga program studi S2 Magister Pedagogi ini satu-satunya program studi pedagogi yang ada di Jawa Tengah. Mari bergabung dengan kami.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi satu-satunya universitas di Jawa Tengah yang mempunyai program studi Magister Pedagogi. Kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul terdiri dari profesor dan doktor dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Kami berupaya untuk memberikan peningkatan kinerja terhadap proses belajar mengajar mahasiswa bagi peningkatan mutu kelulusan mahasiswa, peningkatan kerjasama selalu kami upayakan baik kerjasama nasional maupun kerjasama internasional. Di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, kami melatih para magistra agar mampu melakukan kajian-kajian keilmuan serta mendorong sebuah kemampuan penelitian yang unggul dan kompetitif di bidang sains.
Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas. Sebagai penunjang utama akademik, Pasca Sarjana UPS Tegal didukung oleh perpustakaan yang menyediakan ratusan ribu koleksi buku fisik dan digital yang memudahkan mahasiswa dalam melakukan penelusuran sumber-sumber ilmiah. Komitmen penuh mendedikasikan diri dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang berkualitas menjadikan Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi pilihan tepat untuk menempa diri. Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menyelenggarakan pendidikan secara profesional dan berkualitas berbasis literasi riset. Berdiri sejak tahun 2013, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal terus berupaya membuktikan eksistensi diri dalam dunia pendidikan.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didirikan untuk menciptakan sebuah akademisi yang cukup profesional dan diharapkan memiliki sebuah wawasan global.
Menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam interdisiplin keilmuan. Saat ini, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal mempunyai 3 program studi magister, yakni Magister Manajemen, Magister Hukum, dan Magister Pedagogi.
Menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompetensi dengan manajemen global, dilandasi dengan konsentrasi jurusan, antara lain manajemen sumber daya manusia, manajemen pemasaran, manajemen keuangan, dan
kalau pas national anthem mau berdiri apa enggak usah? Kalau sudah siap. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Dr. Purwoso Songko, the Honorable Director of Postgraduate Program Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Professor Dr. Siti Hartina, our beloved colleague, Head of Office of Cooperation and International Affairs, Dr. Yoga Prihatin, all distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants of second MALAPY 2022. Good morning and welcome to Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. It is such an honor to welcome you here in this event, Second International Conference on Law, Social Science, Economic and Education under the theme Increasing Resiliency and Sustainability in Social Science through Digital Transformation. I am Ihda Rosdiana and I am your host for today's agenda. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this event will be divided into several segments. The first is the opening. The second is singing national anthems. Third is welcoming speech. Fourth is opening speech. Fifth is plenary session, followed by parallel session, and the last is closing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this event by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise for national anthem of Indonesia Raya, national anthem of Afghanistan, Russia, Morocco, Malaysia, and India. Bapak Ibu dimohon berdiri.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मोक्ष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे अहरह तव आह्वान प्रचारित सुनितव उदारवाणी हिंदू बौद्ध सिख जैन पारसिक मुसलमान ख्रिस्तानी पूरब पश्चिम आसे तव सिंहासन पासे प्रेम हार हय गाथा जनगण ऐक्य विधायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे पतन अभ्युदय बंधुर पंथा युग युग धावित यात्री तुम चिर सारथि तव रथ चक्रे मुखरित पथ दिन रात्रि दारुण विप्लव माजे तव शंख ध्वनि बाजे संकट दुख त्राता जनगण पथ परिचायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to call upon the Director of Postgraduate Program Universitas Pancasakti Tegal to give her speech. Professor Dr. Siti Hartina, please do.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector of the University Pancasakti Tegal, Dr. Purwosusongko MPD. The Honorable Dr. Lutfur Rahman Abte, PhD, Magister Philosophy, Director of Research and Publication at MALAPY Institute of Higher Education, Afghanistan. The Honorable Dr. Taura B. Amina, University Ibn Morocco. The Honorable Ms. Tarkova Yulia, PhD, Moscow City University, Samara, Russia. The Honorable Associated Professor Dr. Zahra Binti Hussein, University Malaya, Malaysia. And Dr. Yoga Prihatin of Cooperation and International Affairs of the University of Pancasakti Tegal as the moderator of this conference. The Honorable Distinguished Participant of MALAPY Virtual International Conference on Increasing Resiliency and Sustainability in Social Sciences through Digital Transformational. Dan juga teman-teman dari Pasca Sarjana yang hadir pada hari ini. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome all of this conference participants by first praying our grateful and praise to Allah for blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible to gather here in this room in excellent condition and health. Greetings to one and all. It gives me immense warmth and great pleasure to grace all of your presence. It gives me tremendous contentment to be presenting the short remarks amongst the most esteemed speakers and participants. Before we begin online conference on increasing resiliency and sustainability in social sciences through digital transformation, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who sincerely committed to this event to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. Dear keynote speaker, distinguished guests and participants of the second International Conference on Law, Social Science, Economic, and Education, MALAPY 2022, the postgraduate program Universitas Pancasakti Tegal is very pleased to host this conference. This event are organized and conducted for participants to gain insight and information about global partnerships. The topic for discussion today is hopeful very beneficial contribution to improve the quality of education. I ensure the discussion will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. Ladies and gentlemen, the MALAPY 2 that we hold today is important for lecture, researchers, and students to be able to publish their research results internationally. With the hope, the resulting scientific publication can support and enrich science so that it can use in the advancement of social science. Me as the director of postgraduate program Universitas Pancasakti Tegal would like to express my gratitude for all the kindness of the speakers, presenters, and all seminar participants who have taken the time to take part in this activity. May it be useful to all of us. Finally, this opportunity must be seized, and this conference is an opportunity to discuss the role of increasing resiliency and sustainability in social sciences throughout digital transformation. And then I respectfully request the Vice Rector, the University of Pancasakti Tegal, Dr. Purwosusongko, MPD, to officially open the international conference today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to invite Vice Rector of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal to give an opening remark. Dr. Purwosusongko, please do.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, and a very informed greeting from Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. The Honorable all distinguished speaker and all the participants, especially Professor Dr. Sityartinades MM, as a Director of Postgraduate of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. On behalf of a Rector Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, I would like to say thank you very much to all the speakers at the second MALAPY 2022 for contributing their ideas and the academic event. Projecting to be a world-class university, many necessary aspects need to accomplished by Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, such as advancing international standard curriculum, developing student and lecturer capability to match the international standard education system, implementing global value in every aspect of international education, and also in designing collaboration with the governmental institution and the non-governmental institution to work together and improving educational service. We do believe that we will not be able to work alone. Choose inter-universities collaboration and cooperations, especially with many oversized universities, are deemed to be considerably important. Through international seminar, by way of a cooperation amongst universities, many universities, including Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, experience improvement in their quality of education. Universitas Pancasakti Tegal is continuing its expanding its networking with the many overseas universities all over the world, including fellow universities receiving international students and scholars, and sending its students and lecturers to international seminar and conference. We believe we will have stimulating effect on comprehensive aspect of university life. Universitas Pancasila Tegal in Indonesia share the same commitment, which is to strengthen the social, cultural, and educational exchange among not only the countries but also globally. We will come to offer to promote mutual understanding and friendship among the people, especially the young generation such as our students. Thank you for your attention and participation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Purwoso Songko. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants of Second Malapi 2022, now we come to the plenary session, and I'd like to hand over this session to our moderator for today's event. I'm going to call Dr. Yoga Prihatin as the head of Office of Cooperation and International Affairs. Dr. Yoga, are you there? Good morning. Yeah, good morning, Dr. Yoga.
Okay. Good morning. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bu
Please do,
Nana.
Dr. Yoga.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be the moderator for you today. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the director of postgraduate program, Professor Dr. Siti Hartina, and also the vice rector of Universitas Pancasila Tegal, Dr. Purwoso Songko. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the first speaker, our honorable guest speaker today from Malaya University. Malaya University is 100 best universities in the world. I mean, Malaya University is one of 100 best universities in the world. But before we invite Associate Professor Zahara, I would like to read the short introductions, a short profile about her. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Zahara Binti Husin, thank you so much, operator. Associate Professor in the Department of Educational Foundations and Humanities, Faculty of Education, University Malaya, expertise in teacher training and educational research, Islamic educations, curriculum values and akhlak educations, content analysis, Delphi techniques in research, model development and qualitative research. The National Bank Development Foundations awarded her book, the National Book Award 2018 Education category. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like to read the whole introductions about her. She's also a person who is also entrusted with administrative duties at or University Malaya since she started working as a lecturer in 1997 until now, starting from as the coordinator of teaching training, head of department, and is now the deputy dean, higher degree in her faculty. Her academic expertise is in the field of teaching training and educational research, especially already mentioned education, curriculum values and akhlak educations, content analysis, Delphi techniques in research, model development, and qualitative research in general. Dr. Zahara is also active in publishing articles in national and international journals, academic books, and presentations in conferences and webinars. Her books published by University Malaya publisher entitled Akhlak Educations, Curriculum Analysis and Design was awarded the National Book Award 2018 Education category by the National Book Development Foundation in conjunction with the Book Fair 2018. She has also contributed teachers, researchers, and experts, particularly in Islamic education field, locally and internationally. Thank you so much. That's all of the short introductions about Professor Sahara. Professor Sahara, are you there? It's a great honor for me, for us, to have you as our guest speaker today.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Yeah, please do. You need the operator to help you. To share the screen. I mean the PowerPoint.
Sure, I need help in terms of sharing.
Okay, I will. Operator, please help Professor Sahara.
Because if I share, I cannot see all of you here.
Okay.
Yeah, I just
No
see my
worries.
screen.
No worries. We will help you.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you. Please
okay,
do.
Can I
Yes,
start?
please. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Thank you very much to Dr. Yoga Prihatin as a moderator for this session. And actually, I'm honored to be here today together with all of you mostly from Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. Congratulations for your for this event, big event, yeah, because this is international conference, and also we already heard so many anthem before. Okay, from Morocco, from not only from Indonesia and Malaysia, but for other countries as well. So this conference is the second MALAPY 2022, is the International Conference on Law, Social Science, Economics and Education 2022. Okay, I'm from the Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, in the Department of Educational Foundation and Humanities. So I will share about the sustainability in social sciences education through digital transformation. So this is to be related to your subtopic of stabilizing environment through digital literacy in education. Okay, so can we go to the next slide? So for today, I will share with all of you about the gap, why ideas, discussion, suggestions, and also we come to the conclusion. Okay, next slide. We just go quickly. Okay, so from Islamic point of view, so I sure that most of you also read about the Surah At-Tin, ayat 4. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim, laqad khalaqnal insana fi ahsani taqwim. So in Malay, so in Indonesia also I sure that most of you understand. Sesungguhnya kami telah menciptakan manusia dalam bentuk yang sebaik-baiknya dan kelengkapan sesuai dengan keadaannya. So from this point, so as a human being, so we need to prepare our nation, our students and also our generation in terms of ahsani taqwim, sebagai sebaik-baik kejadian. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we will talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, especially focus on education, quality education. And as we know, and all of us know, that education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. So with education, we can change the world. We can education and also teachers especially is the agent to change the world. Yeah. Okay, next we go to the sustainable development item. So as we know, this is the sustainable development item. So there are 17 focus on this SDG. The first is no poverty. The two is zero hunger. Number 3, good health and well-being, and 4 is quality education. So we are in education line, so we focus on quality education. And also the others, gender equality, clean water. I don't mean to read all of this, but because we want to focus on quality education in sustainable development goals. Okay, next slide. So ladies and gentlemen, this is about the quality education. Also, I also bring you to Malaysia here. We have Malaysia Education Blueprint 2013 until 2025 in order to achieve the quality education that also in the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal. And also in Indonesia, is what I also, next slide. From the Malaysian Education Blueprint, Malaysia actually, we have from the Ministry of Education. Can you go to next slide, please? For the moderator? Okay. This is our philosophy of education, a national philosophy of education. So the vision and mission is for the quality, pendidikan berkualiti, insan terdidik, negara sejahtera. And also the mission is melestarikan sistem pendidikan yang berkualiti untuk membangunkan potensi individu bagi memenuhi aspirasi negara. So next slide, we go to the Indonesia three main pillars of Indonesian's education reforms. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So this is I got from the internet because we are in the digital transformation. Everything we can get from our fingertips, from the global online. So Indonesia devotes 20% of a government expenditure to education, quite a lot. And three main pillars of Indonesia's education reforms. So the first is increasing access to education. The second is improving the quality of teaching and learning. So this is also talk about the quality education. And the third is strengthening governance, management, and accountability. So this is referring to also the quality education, also referring to a sustainable development growth SDG in the UNESCO declaration. Okay, next slide. Okay, so as we know that we are in the global education, and also the global world. So the sustainable is very important, and it also maybe can change our lifestyle, and also we also need to change our lifestyle in order to get our education in sustainability. So changes and trend in Indonesia. Indonesia, we have social and technology, and also it will affect changing lifestyles, digitalization. So we are now in the conference with online with I perhaps that is hybrid as well. So we are in the digitalization, expansion of social media, of course, because we now not only reading the newspaper, most of us read TikTok, and YouTube, and most of this social media in uprising cities. And also from the economy, entrepreneurialism also very vast, changing, rising consumption, new tourism market because of everybody knows about us, about Malaysia, and also Indonesia and other countries, Morocco as well, through the social media, informal sector transformation, and also we have Asian integration in terms of economy to build up our, this is our sustainability in our lifestyles. Okay, next slide. So the aim of sustainable education, actually, reality, the aim of sustainable education is balance and holistic human development, include all aspects of individual potential. So not only the intellectual, but also all aspects, physical, emotional, spiritual, physical, or two physical here, emotional, spiritual, intellectual, and also social lifestyle for worldly and of course for spiritual interests. And the task of parents and also school, also institution, educators, as well as society is dig up the talent and potential that exists in every person, especially every students, every pupils in school, especially those who are still in the formal learning process. Yeah, even though we can also dig from those from non-formal education, but if we dig them in the formal learning process, easier for the teachers and also educators. Okay, next slide. And then the changing, for the curriculum implementation, so from the aim and from the target, from the philosophy of our education, we need changing, especially in pedagogy, especially after the pandemic COVID-19, because we experiencing with all those of pedagogical style, cybergogy, heutagogy, and we also have a hybrid learning, and blended learning. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, this is the learning phenomena. I hope that also same. This is in Malaysia, but also maybe in Indonesia. So this is the learning process in the pandemic season. So we make use of all digital, all the technology in this season because of we cannot go to school. Students cannot go to school. Lecturers, teachers cannot go to school and also cannot go to the university for teaching because of this is in the cannot move. Okay, next slide. Sustainable in social sciences education. So what we can do, we have to taking into account the latest technology and teaching approaches. Okay, so teaching approaches here refers to the pedagogical style. For the nowadays, we not only rely on the traditional pedagogy, but we also need to blend the traditional and also the latest pedagogy, such as cybergogy, and what I said that the heutagogy, differentiated pedagogy, blended learning, and also the online learning, and also as well as hybrid learning, strengthening the role of parents, teachers, and also the community. So the role of parents, we cannot deny that the role of parents is the most important role in sustainable social sciences education, as well as teachers and the need of the community. The third one, strengthening the demand for knowledge as lifelong learning and practice. So the demand for knowledge, this we need to understand. We need to strengthen the demand of this lifelong learning and also the practice. And last but not least, we also need to control the global influence, especially negative global influence in social culture, way of life, the ultimate goal of our life. Okay, next slide. Yes, this is also what happened. The negative, we from the Islamic point of view, we saw that this is the negative global influence. So we need to control our students, our kids, our community. Because this is the example, because of the influence of the control of the global globe of this digital transformation. Okay, next slide. Also, this is also this is actually Halloween is actually from the Barat, from the West, but now in the East also they celebrate that. Okay, next slide. This is the new norm. We call that VUCA. VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So the environment and social alert, we need to alert on the environment demands you react quickly to ongoing changes. that are unpredictable and out of your control. So this is happen actually after the COVID-19, and also any ongoing changes, in Malaysia also sometimes we have flood. This is also we can cover as ongoing changes, and that are unpredictable, landslide, also Indonesia we have so many gunung berapi kan. Okay, so uncertain, the environment requires to take action without certainty. So this is U, and C complex, the environment is dynamic with many interdependencies. So the environment is not static, always dynamic. And ambiguous, the environment is unfamiliar, outside of your expertise. So we need to always alert, with the environment and also the social happen in our life. Okay, next slide. Talking about the sustainability in social science education in the era of digital, so we need to maintain, even though in the era of digital, maintaining faith is ethics and morals, akhlaq, as well as a main goal, because this is the aim of our human being life, because we not only live in this world, but we will go to another world later on. 21st century teaching approach across the traditional approach. This is what I said before about a variety of pedagogical strategies such as pedagogy, personalized learning, differentiated pedagogy, cybergogy, hybrid, blended learning, and many more will coming. We also need to accept the latest techniques involving internet gadgets, strengthening the community-based education. So we looked at community-based education is the most important nowadays, because we are now we not only learn in terms of formal education, but also the informal education also can give so many information to our students. Okay. And then next slide, the sustainability knowledge actually from early age, should be built up from early age. Don't just teach your children to read, teach them to ask questions what they read. So this is to maintain the sustainability in the social sciences education, the early age. So if a child can't learn in the way you teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. So we need focus on the child centered. Okay. Next slide. This is the self-learning, motivation to learn more and more. This also to maintain the sustainability of our education. It doesn't matter how slowly a child learns, as long as we are encouraging them not to stop. So we need to encouraging them not to stop, not only by reading a book, but also now students prefer with the gadget, with the online, with the e-book, and also all the content in the visual method. Next slide. Okay, this also to maintain the sustainable of learning, to our kids. Every home is a university, and the parents are the teachers. So we have our own university at home, and parents, mother and father, are the teachers of the kids. This also to maintain the sustainability. And the personalized learning. Next slide. Personalized learning. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so this one also, this is now what students need. They prefer personalized learning. Okay, and next slide. Today and the future learning, what the future learning will look like. Yeah, not only the future but now. The future-ready society and ethnically engaged, digitally powered, globally connected. Yeah, our friends not only locally but most also globally, and also research active, and also a glimpse into the future of learning. Next slide. Yeah, the future of learning. This changes point the way toward a diverse learning ecosystem in which learning adapts to each child instead of each child trying to adapt to school. Yeah, so this is focus on the child. Yeah, focus on the student centered. This is the way also to in term to gain the sustainability in our education. So I come to conclusion. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so this is the conclusion for my presentation to all of you. So this is the reality of life, yeah? Although everything is changing now and will change even more in the future in the world of education, disruption and moral decay can happen at any time unless you hold on to the rope of God and the rope of fellow human beings. Whatever the futuristic change, sustainability needs to be in line with the Sharia of Allah and the Qudwa of His Messenger, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Conventional moral conduct. The direction of human education needs to accept the technological sophistication of the present and the future, but needs to be controlled with knowledge and faith for continued sustainability. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, for your participation and your concentration.
Thank you so much, Professor Sahara, for your excellent presentation. It's wonderful. And I learned a lot about controlling negative global influence in a daily life, because we cannot avoid that in our today's era. And I would like, I do agree with you with about child focus, that children needs parents. And also when they read something, they need to ask why they read it. It's like, train them about critical thinking, why they have to read this kind of book or this kind of informations. Thank you so much, Professor Zahara. I think I know you have been busy today. You have 2 conferences. Thank you so much. But stay a little bit, because we have a question and answer sessions for you and Professor Dr. Hatina after this. And then after that, you may leave the Zoom, because I know you're going to have another conference. Just stay a little bit. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite, it is an honor for me, for us, to invite our next honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Siti Hartina, the Director of Postgraduate Program. Professor Dr. Siti Hartina, are you there? Hello? Professor Dr. Siti Hartina, are you there? Operator, could you tell her? Hello, operator. Ibu, Professor Dr. Siti Hartina. Yeah, hello. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking for you. Well, Professor Dr. Siti Hartina, you have 15 minutes. Ibu punya 15 menit untuk present. Thank you so much. Please do. Would you like to start now, Ibu? Operator, please help her.
Lain kali diundang lain.
Professor Dr. Siti Hatina. Somebody helps her, please.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, Ibu, please do 15 minutes, Ibu, nggih. 15 menit, nggih, Bu. Ya, karena speaker yang lain sudah menunggu juga. Ibu, halo. Ibu. Iya, iya. Oh, next speaker dulu. Oke, ada Miss Tarkova nggak? Oke. Oh, oke. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the technical problem. I would like to go to the next, to invite to the next speaker, the honorable speaker, Miss Starskova Zulia. Miss Zulia Starskova from Russia. Are you here? Hello, Miss Julia. Miss Julia, let me call her. I think she is here. Busesa, is he here? Or is Dr. Aftab here? Wait a moment. Let me try to check. Just a moment. I'm trying to call. We are really sorry. Perhaps the question and answer session already directly. Well, I think question and answer directly because Miss Starskova is waiting for the next. Well, can Professor Zahara, can we start the question and answer directly? Hello, Professor. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Let me check. Hello, Miss Starskova. Operator, please, Miss Starskova is ready from Russia. Hello, operator. Operator, Miss Starskova is ready. Hello, Miss Julia, are you there? Hello, Miss Julia. Miss Julia. Hello. Halo Miss Julia Starskova, operator bisa minta tolong nggak? Miss Julia udah ready. Operatornya ada. Operator. Halo, operator. Operator. Husen, siapakah operatornya?
Miss Sesa.
Kenapa tidak? Kan Miss Julia ready sudah.
Good morning.
Hello. Thank you so much. Operator, please, you stand by and listen to me carefully. Hello, Miss Julia. Why Miss Julia is not appearing? Operator. Thank you so much. Miss Julia, good morning. What time is it in Russia? Thank you so much. What time is it in Russia?
It's good afternoon, dear colleagues. We will be translator for Miss Julia.
Yes, please.
From Russia, and now in Russia is 6 a.m.
6 a.m. 6 a.m. Okay, 6 a.m. now in Russia. Thank you so much. Operator, please, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have a short introduction about Miss Julia. Okay, Mrs. Starskova Julia, senior lecturer of the Department of Civil Law and Procedure of the Samara campus of Moscow City University, Samara. In 2018, she graduated from the postgraduate study in the directions of training in constitutional law and process. In 2015, she graduated from the Saratov State Law Academy with a degree in jurisprudence, research interest, human rights. Thank you so much. It's a very short introduction from for Mrs. Starskova Julia. Mrs. Starskova Julia, you have 15 minutes to present your presentations. Thank you. Thank you. Please do. Do you need the operator to help you?
Yes.
Юлия Михайловна, они спрашивают, нужен ли вам помощник, администратор, чтобы настроить.
Пожалуйста.
Yes, Julia is need the operator.
Okay, we will. Operator, please stand by. I need you. And don't go anywhere. Listen to me. Thank you.
Доброе утро, уважаемые участники конференции. Я рад вас приветствовать.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to see you.
Тема моего выступления – гражданское право Российской Федерации, гражданское законодательство Российской Федерации в контексте цифровизации.
The topic of my presentation is civil legislation of the Russian Federation in the context of digitalization.
Цифровые технологии оказывают существенное влияние на национальные экономики, социальную, культурную и политическую жизнь, в связи с чем государство провозглашает стратегии и реализует комплексные национальные программы, участниками которых являются политические субъекты, бизнес, общество.
Digital technologies have a significant impact on national economic, social, cultural, and political life. In this connection, states proclaim strategies and implement comprehensive national programs, the participants of which are political actors, business, and society.
20 февраля 2019 года президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин в послании Федеральному собранию объявил о включении Российской Федерации в международный ландшафт развития цифровых технологий на государственном уровне, в части, например, необходимости разработки и создания национальной программы по искусственному интеллекту.
The 20th of February 2019, in the address to the Federal Assembly, the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, announced the inclusion of the Russian Federation in the international landscape of digital technology development at the country level, in terms of the need to develop and create a national artificial intelligence program.
Принятый в Российской Федерации за последнюю пару лет перечень нормативно-правовых актов и документов стратегического планирования включает в себя мероприятия, направленные на стимулирование формирования цифровых технологий и их внедрение в различные секторы экономики.
The list of regulatory legal acts and strategic planning documents adopted in the Russian Federation over the past couple of years includes measures aimed at stimulating the formation of digital technologies and their implementation in various sectors of the economy.
В соответствии с указом президента Российской Федерации о стратегии научно-технологического развития Российской Федерации была утверждена стратегия развития информационного общества в Российской Федерации на 2017-30 годы. Согласно стратегии развития, важно усовершенствовать инструменты законодательного регулирования, которые влияют на деятельность средств массовой информации. Рекомендуется создать российское общесистемное и прикладное программное обеспечение, телекоммуникационное оборудование, а также пользовательские устройства для повсеместного применения и использования гражданами, субъектами предпринимательства, государственными органами, в том числе на основе обработки больших объемов данных и применения облачных технологий.
Under the Russian Federation Presidential Decree on the Strategy of Scientific and Technological Development of the Russian Federation, the strategy for the development of the information society in the Russian Federation for 2017 to 2030 was approved. According to the development strategy, it is important to improve the instrument of legislative regulation that affect the activities of the media. It is recommended to create Russian system-wide and application software, telecommunication equipment, as well as custom devices for common use and used by citizens, business entities, and government bodies, as well as on the basis of the processing large amount of data and the use of cloud technology.
Цели и задачи стратегии развития информационного общества в Российской Федерации на 17-30 годы находятся в взаимосвязи с программой «Цифровая экономика Российской Федерации», утвержденной Президиумом Совета при президенте Российской Федерации по стратегическому развитию и национальным проектам. Данная программа направлена на создание условий по развитию цифровых технологий.
Goals and objectives. The strategies for the development of the information society in the Russian Federation for 217th to 213th are integrated with the program Digital Economy of the Russian Federation, approved by the Presidium of the Presidential Council for Strategic Development and National Projects. This program is aimed at creating conditions for the development of digital technologies.
Становление цифрового общества и нового уклада экономики, сближение национальных рынков предполагают изменение принципов средств социальной коммуникации субъектов, что требует адаптации системы регулирования гражданских правоотношений, рассчитанных преимущественно на условия материального товарооборота. Наиболее значимыми представляются следующие тенденции. Развитие цифровой торговли требует обеспечения баланса прав и законных интересов участников торговой деятельности, а также обеспечения единообразия правил продажи товаров во всех видах торговой деятельности, недискриминация в режимах онлайн и офлайн продаж.
The formation of digital society and a new economic structure. The convergence of national markets imply change in the principles and means of social communication of subjects, which means require the control system of civil legal relations, designed primarily for the condition of material commodity circulation. The following trend seems to be the most significant. The development of digital trade requires ensuring a balance of the right and legitimate interests of participants in trading activities, as well as ensuring uniformity of the rules for the sale of goods in all types of trading activities, non-discrimination in online and offline sales modes.
Должны преобладать гибкие подходы к регулированию цифровой торговли, активно развивающиеся по принципу самоорганизации. Так, регулирование цифровой торговли не требует жесткой единообразной нормативной конкретизации правового статуса, взаимных прав и обязанностей, ответственности лиц, участвующих и содействующих заключению и исполнению сделок. Это обстоятельство необходимо учитывать при нормативном возложении на владельца агрегатора обязанностей и ответственности по сделке, в которой он участвовал как информационный посредник, но не сторона.
Flexible approaches to the regulation of digital trade, which is actively developing on their principle of self-organization, should prevail. In this way, the regulation of digital trade doesn't require strict and uniform regulatory specification of the legal status, usual rights and obligations, responsibility of persons participating in and facilitating the execution and compliance of transactions. These circumstances must be taken into account. Then the regulatory assignment of duties and responsibilities to the owner of the aggregator for transaction in which he participated as an information entity, but not a party.
В перспективе видится более широкое использование опыта работы платформ в развитии законодательства с учетом регуляторного потенциала платформ как инструмента организации, контроля деятельности участников рынка и как индикатор его состояния, анализ спроса и предложения, качество и объем предоставляемых услуг, а также как инструменты оценки эффективности действующего законодательства, достаточность, актуальность правового регулирования, барьеры. При этом не выявлена необходимость введения правил о новых типах и видах гражданских правовых договоров для регулирования цифровой торговли.
In the future, we see wider use of the experience of platform in the development of legislation, taking into account the regulatory potential capacity of platforms as the instrument for organizing, monitoring the activities of market participants and as indicator of condition, demand supply analysis, quality and range of service provided, as well as an instrument for assessing the effectiveness of applicable legislation. At the same time, the need for the introduction of rules on new types and forms of civil contracts to regulate digital trade has not been identified.
Развитие цифрового оборота обуславливает потребность в конкретизации подхода законодателя к регулированию юридического адреса и местонахождения юридического лица. В связи с юридическим лицом, для связи с юридическим лицом и осуществления отдельных проверочных процедур в отношении единоличного исполнительного органа может быть идентифицирован по адресу электронной почты на едином портале государственных услуг, а возможности электронного документооборота и формирования электронных архивов отчетной первичной документации создают достаточные условия для реализации отдельных контрольных мероприятий.
The development of digital turnover causes the need to specify the legislators' approaches to regulating the legal address and location of a legal entity in order to communicate the legal entity and carry out separate verification procedures in relation to it. The sole executive body can be identified by email address on the unified portal of public services, and there is the possibilities of electronic documents management and the formation of electronic archives of accounting and primary documents create sufficient conditions for the implementation of individual control measures.
С развитием цифровых технологий товарообмена утрачивают значение учредительные документы юридического лица, формируемые, регистрируемые и архивируемые в документарной форме. Уже на текущем уровне развития законодательство может быть обеспечено достоверность данных Единого государственного реестра юридических лиц, фиксацией в нем идентификационных признаков юридического лица, что упростит работу государственных органов и участников корпоративных правоотношений и снимет целесообразность регулирования типовых форм уставов.
With the development of digital technologies of commodity exchange, the constituent documents of legal entities formed, registered, and archived in documentary form lose their significance. Already at the current level of development, legislation can ensure the reliability of data of the Unified State Register of the legal entities with the identification features of the legal entity fixed in it, which will simplify the work of state bodies and participants in the corporate legal relations and remove the dependency of regulated standard forms of charter.
Развитие цифровой торговли и оборота может потребовать уточнения, упорядочения или дополнения перечня объектов гражданских прав навстречу объективным потребностям рынка. Единообразное соблюдение правового режима объектов гражданских прав может быть обеспечено только нормативно, а не казуистической практикой договорной работы.
The development of digital trade and turnover may require clarifying, streamlining, and supplementing the list of objects of civil rights to meet the objective needs of the market. Uniformity of compliance with the legal regime of objects of civil rights can be ensured only by normative and not by casual practice of contractual work.
Потребности цифровой экономики формируют новые задачи перед законодательством об интеллектуальной собственности. Виртуальная реальность и коммуникации в интернете открыли широчайшие возможности по мгновенному обмену, несанкционированному копированию и распространению охраняемых результатов интеллектуальной деятельности.
The needs of the digital economy are creating new challenges for intellectual property legislation. Virtual reality and communication on the internet have opened up the widest possibilities for instant exchange, unauthorized copying and distribution of protected results of intellectual activity.
Новые условия развития технологий и средств обмена предполагают, в частности, сочетание таких мер и средств правового регулирования рынка интеллектуальной собственности, как обеспечение баланса интересов создателей результатов интеллектуальной деятельности, субъектов исключительных прав, правообладателей, потребителей на результат интеллектуальной деятельности и средств индивидуализации.
The new conditions for the development of technologies and means of exchange propose, in particular, a combination of such measures and means of legal regulation of the intellectual property market as
Недопустимость возложения на платформы обязанности по доскональной проверке правового положения, ответственности за достоверность размещаемого пользователем контента.
The uniformity of comprehensive with the legal regime of objects of civil rights can be ensured only by normative and not by casual practice of contractual work.
Обеспечение свободного доступа к цифровым ресурсам научного и культурного контента. Так это предполагает расширение прав библиотек и архивов на свободное пользование произведений, их оцифровку без дополнительного согласия автора при некоммерческой просветительной деятельности библиотек, архивы с обязательством по предоставлению публичного доступа к соответствующему контенту.
Ensuring free access to digital resources of scientific and cultural content. This implies the extension of the rights of libraries and archives to their free use of work and their digitization without the additional content of the author in the non-commercial education activities of libraries, archives with the obligation to provide public access to the relevant content.
Потребности инвестиционного бизнеса обуславливают целесообразность закрепления договорной модели конвертационного инвестиционного займа к особой разновидности договорного обязательства.
The needs of the investment business determine the expediency of fixing the contractual model of a conversation investment loan as a special kind of contractual obligation.
Развитие технологий автоматизации производства обуславливает необходимость выработки специальных режимов правил использования искусственного интеллекта с обеспечением безопасности и гарантии имущественных прав. Вместе с тем, в условиях расширяющихся возможностей искусственного интеллекта, на наш взгляд, отсутствует необходимость расширения критериев права субъектности и признания систем искусственного интеллекта особыми субъектами.
The development of technologies and automation of production necessitates the development of special regime and rules for the use of artificial intelligence with security and guardiancy of property rights. At the same time, in the context of the expanding capabilities of artificial intelligence, in our opinion, there is no need to expand the criteria of legal personality and recognition of artificial intelligence system as a special system of law.
Анализ современных трендов нормативно-правовой базы Российской Федерации показывает, что общество стремительно трансформируется. Нормативно-правовая база в сфере информационных технологий не только структурировалась и обновилась за последние несколько лет, но и создала принципиально новый вектор развития в области цифровизации российского государства. Таким образом, можно заметить, что государственная политика Российской Федерации меняется в ответ на вызовы быстро развивающегося информационного общества. В этой связи важно направить государственную политику в сфере цифровой трансформации на создание качественной нормативно-правовой базы, а также институтов развития, которые будут выступать драйвером развития всего механизма цифровой трансформации в государственном и частном секторе.
Analysis of current trends and regulatory legal framework of the Russian Federation shows that society is rapidly transforming. The regulatory framework in the technology field has not only been structured and updated over the past few years, but has also created a fundamentally new vector of the development in the field of digitalization of the Russian state. That it can be noted that the state policy of the Russian Federation is changing in response to the challenges of a rapidly developing information society. In this regard, it is important to direct the state policy in the field of digital transformation to create a high-quality regulatory framework as well as development institution that will act as a driver for the development of the entire mechanism of digital transformation in the public and private sector.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you for your attention. That's all.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Kaskova Zulia, for your wonderful presentations today, talking about intellectual property right.
Спасибо за презентацию, она была очень интересная. Спасибо.
And we will have a question and answer sessions after one more presenter from Afghanistan.
И после следующей презентации будут задавать вопросы и просят вас остаться.
Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our honorable speaker, Dr. Aftab from Mili University, Afghanistan. Are you here? Dr. Aftab, are you here? Hello.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before he starts or Dr. Aftab present his presentations, I would like to introduce him to all of you here. Operator, please. Well, okay. Cannot see that. Dr. Furrahman Aftab, correct me if my pronunciation is wrong. Dr. Aftab is serving as the Director of Research and Publications at Mili Institute of Higher Education. He is also working with CCSE, Canadian Center of Science and Education, and UCSF, University of California, San Francisco. His research work entails writing proposals, developing questionnaires and report writing of different nature, including social and political studies. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for a short introductions of Dr. Aftab. Hello, Dr. Aftab.
Yes.
But
Can
I
I
cannot.
stop?
Yeah, but I cannot see you. Operator, wait, hold a second. Operator, have you highlighted the Dr. Aftab?
Yes, I need a moderator to share the screen.
Yeah, of course, I will. Operator, Ibu Yuni, what happens? Ibu Yuni, are you there? Hold a second, Dr. Aftab.
Could you please to ask Dr. Lutfur Rahman Aftab to open the camera because we cannot to.
Okay, Dr. Aftab, could you on cam, please?
Okay, thank you so much. That's you.
Okay.
Okay.
And
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Operator, please help him to share the screen, the PowerPoint. Thank you. Dr. Aftab, you have 15 minutes to present. Thank you. And please do.
Yes, thank you. So can I start, Dr. Yoga?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you for having me in this great conference, and I'm really thankful for Dr. Yoga and her team in the university for arranging such an interesting conference, which will really benefit the lecturers and the students of the University of Pankasakti. And I am praying for Dr. Yoga to recover very soon. She was sick for the last 2 days.
Thank you.
And so I have selected the topic stabilizing or stabilizations of environment through digital literacy in educations. And I have put a brief preface before going into the topic. Stabilizations of environment through digital literacy in education is a topic that has a very broad meanings, and it is hard for someone to discuss everything that encompasses the topic. Therefore, I try to just explain the gist of the main topic, and will more specifically discuss 3 main issues which are very important for our students and for our lecturers to understand. And these 3 issues has directly exploring and explicating our main topic, which was selected by the committee of the conference, the University of Pankasakti. So these 3 topics are the need and importance of digital literacy, which I will just simply explains the importance of digital literacy in modern world today. And then I will shed a little bit light on the digital literacy in higher education, that how we need the digital literacy and higher education in modern world, and how it impacts the higher education sector. And finally, I will explain the digital literacy in research, the role of digital literacy in research, how digital literacy transformed our research activities from physical researches to and e-research or electronic research activities. I will explain all these three topics. So today we are really living in a network society, and in a society, in an era that in an era of digital literacy, and the technologies today has brought us all together very close, and everything has been changing very rapidly. And digital literacy actually does not affect or impact our academic life, but it has brought great changes to our social, political, economic, culture, academic, research activities, everything. It's something very broad, which has a direct link with digitalizations in a whole. So we cannot educate our young generation today without the development of digital literacy. And many great scholars and researchers have emphasized that digital literacy today is actually the currency of employment today. It means they have emphasized that without I mean, digital literacy is actually a fine tool for our young generations to find their employment and to be ready for their future endeavors in their future employment. And they think that without digital literacy, our younger generation would not be able to face the future challenges of modern worlds very well. So students get with philosophical, yes, okay. And so they think that students get familiarized with many new things in university life that give them a very good foundation for their future. In a whole, I must say that it means that digital literacy gives actually a better preparations to our young graduates in young generations while entering to a workforce. So I'm trying not to go in depth and everything because I'm just only having 15 minutes. I'm trying just to explain the main ideas in gist of what we are explaining. But COVID-19, I have to point out that COVID-19 pandemic has brought great changes to the whole world. And this pandemic rapidly and greatly affected the education sector, particularly, which is our main topic. I'm not going to talk about the other impacts of COVID-19 because it affected almost all the sectors of our social, political, cultural life. So this pandemic rapidly affected the education sectors all around the world, and almost all the institutions forced to shift their learning service from face-to-face to an online learning format. And that's why technologies has been developed and rapidly, and every institutions, every university is trying to introduce new technologies, and everyone is trying to facilitate more and more to their students. So this pandemic pushed the world to a total digital transformations, and digital literacy is today something indispensable for every student. It means that the pandemic has pushed the digital literacy to a to a new app to a great extent today. Every institution is focusing on the digital literacy. So simply we cannot live without improving digital literacy in this modern world. So our next topic is explaining the role of digital literacy in higher educations and the impacts of digital literacy on higher educations. As we discussed before, that digital literacy has a great impact upon all learning activities, that we are focusing here only in higher education and research. And so the great and broad impact of the digital literacy has changed our students to digital natives or net generation. Some scholars call it net generation or digital natives. So the first thing is easy adaptation. Digital literacy in higher educations gets up to date our students. It's mean that while our students in higher education, they practice the digital literacy, they are getting familiarized with the new technologies of modern world. And this is helping them in the future to adapt with any new challenges very easily. Or for example, if our graduate is working in a company or in any firm or any research centers, and those companies are introducing new technologies, so our graduates who have been grown up in a digital era, in a digital literacy era, they can face those challenges and changes very quickly. They can adapt themselves to those situations because they have already got used to some new technologies during their learning, their coursework. So, and it's something very important for our graduates and students to focus, because this era of digital literacy is actually familiarizing them with some new technologies which are helping them in their future endeavors. And so secondly, deep understanding. It has been accepted. Moderator, can you please change the slide?
Yes, please. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. So a deep understanding is something that has been proven all around the world, that while our students, while our students creating digital media like images, informative graphics, and while they are dealing with different video apps, and while they're designing different slideshows, all these actually allowing our students to get to the depth of the topic. And while they are using digital tools, they actually think more innovative, and this makes ways for a critical thinking of our students. This is also uh, the impact, and I have to say the main role of digital literacy in the life of our students, that they are paving ways for deep understanding of the topic. Uh, and this is proven all around the world by psychologists and researchers, that while we are learning through creating digital medias like images or informative graphics, or for example, when we are creating some slideshows, in using all those tools of digitalizations, So learning online ethics is another impact of digital literacy in higher educations. It actually helping our students, our university students particularly, to be aware of internet ethics, uh, because we have many things that our students should understand in this modern world. For examples, internet ethics, copyright law, privacy, security, honesty, and respect for others through online applications. In a whole, I'm not going to go in depth to other topics, but I simply have to say that digital literacy does not only help our students to express their voices, but their professionalism. It actually allowing them to express their professionalism very easily. And their abilities to others, they can express them very easily through using different applications and different methods of technology, using technologies. And finally, they can find a better job in the future. So we're moving to another topic, which is very important, and I have focused on that topic, which is I'm very busy these days and the research activities. That's why I focus on the research, which is the basic need of every society, every university. I have to say research is more important than food. Dr. Yoga, I hope I am not wrong.
Yeah.
So
You're never wrong, don't worry.
yeah,
You're always
digital
right.
thank you. Digital literacy has its own role and durable impacts on the research activities in modern world, and that's why every institutions has turned their faces to develop the process of digital literacy and their institutions, universities, or research centers. In a whole, digital literacy has changed the ways of conducting researches, and as we see that letters become emails today, and magazines have turned to become electronic informations, and even shopping malls today become web pages and net sites. We are just simply go to Amazon and we receive what we are longing for and what we are going to get. So the same has happened to the research activities also in the era of digital literacy. And so because the development of the digital literacy, physical research has been replaced to a great extent by electronic research and electronic infrastructure, or EIF infrastructure, which is a very common terminology in today's digital literacy era. So actually everything has been changed today from physical research activities to electronic research and electronic infrastructures. I'm going to explain I have selected some of the examples here below, which are a very clear examples for our students to understand that today we are not supposed to do everything physically in our research, but we need to adjust ourselves and improve ourselves in digital literacy era. So first is ebook and e-journals, electronic journals. Now, we see that today academic and printed journals have almost replaced by e-journals. And today researchers are focusing, we see that they are focusing on impact factor, index, citations in other matters related to e-journals. So today we are not just talking about in the field of research. I mean, today we are not just talking about, oh, let me go and I'm gonna publish my article and a journal, something. We are simply asking, oh, what is the impact factor of the electronic journals? Is an indexed journal? How many times my articles have been cited by other scholars, and many other matters which are today we are focusing in this digital literacy era. Secondly, conducting a research. Today, the methodologies of conducting research has been totally changed, and the ways in methodologies that we were using just a decade or two before, we are not supposed to use those methodologies today. And today, searching for writing a literature review is entirely different from what we had before the era of digital literacy. For examples, before the era of digital literacy, our students would go to mostly to go to a library. They were sitting, searching catalog, and looking into the shelves of the university library. They were supposed to find a book, many books, for example, 10 to 5 books, and they were looking for the information they wanted for their a literature review. For example, I mean, when our students were doing a literature review, they were going to a library, looking in the shelves, finding catalogs and all bibliographies. But today, searching uh, has been changed. Our students simply goes to an online search engines or any online search centers, and they are searching, just writing their topic, and they are searching. So that's why I advise our students or young generations to focus on uh, the new research methods. For example, we have PubMed, and it has its own rules and directions for searching. So our students need to understand those search methods, to how to search the exact thing what you need for your literature review or for anything you are searching for. And data collections, secondly, or thirdly, sorry, data collections, the methods of data collections has also been changed today because of in the era of digital literacy. Today we collect data by for our research is not sorry, collecting data for our research is not the way we had before the digital literacy. We are not 100% supposed to go to a household or to an individuals and make the record of his for interview and then type everything like what we were doing in the past. Today we are not going to we are not 100% supposed to go to a household for a survey or for to an individuals and ask him some questions or fill our design questionnaires and then come and type everything. We can do that today very easily by designing a e-questionnaires, and the distribution is also very easy. We can send our questionnaire through our emails, and we can also call someone even for to fill our questionnaires through cell phones. And I am sure that our students and lecturers have received some such calls and telephone calls. For example, a company calls them that I have some simple questions from you, please. Do you have 5 minutes? And and they fill up their online questionnaire. So data collections methods today has been changed because of the development of digital literacy. Therefore, our students and lecturers need to get used to these techniques, these methods. For example, we have many types of questionnaires in our research. As I said before, we have telephone questionnaires, we have emails questionnaires, we have in-person questionnaires, different questionnaires. So our researchers need to understand all these things in the era of digital literacies. Today we are in the part of publications. Today, in this era of digital literacy, we don't need to go to a publishing company and ask them, "Oh, I have worked on a research and I have my reports, manuscript, or anything you have done." You don't need to go to a publishing company and ask them to create an online account. So you just simply logging into an account that you have already created in any e-journal or research centers and request them to publish your articles. Very easy. So the publication of our research paper today in the era of digital literacy is very easy, and it has been changed. And even in a minute, you can your research can be reached to millions of people around the globe. So in a whole and finally, I think I have already crossed 15 minutes. I'm sorry, Dr. Yoga, she must be angry at me, but I'm sorry. In a whole, today we're doing all the calculations in complex analysis only by clicking or typing some special formulas. For example, I am using by myself Stata, which is a very friendly applications for doing and for data management and data analysis, which has been used widely in America, in European countries, in European institutions all around the globe by millions of people. So this was a very short introductory information about digital literacy, particularly the role of digital literacy in higher educations, and particularly the role and impacts of digital literacy in our research activities, which is the basic needs of today's institutions and research centers. And I advise our young generations to get used to these technologies and techniques, because everything has been changed, particularly after the pandemic of COVID-19. So thank you for your patience, and I am really happy that you are having me here, and thanks for having me in this conference. It is really a great pride and privilege for me to be among the community of the University of Pankasakti, and I will always stand by with them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Aftab, for your very, very excellent presentations. Thank you. But one request for you, not from me, but from the audience, they ask you to be on cam, because we will have a question and answer sessions after this. I'm not angry with you, of course, never. When you say so, could you be on cam, please? Thank you, because everyone asked. You see the chat box there. You need to be on cam because they want to know you better. Dr. After already? Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being on cam, operator. Great. Thank you so much, Dr. After. First of all, we have 5 questions from Suci Apriliani, Alfie, Vidyanti, Tiara Suci, Camila, and Dalis, and one more from our headmaster, if I'm not mistaken, Pak Yai Alwinge, kalau nggak salah, if I'm not mistaken. The questions are from three of you, Dr. Professor Sahara, Dr. Aftab, and also Miss Dr. Starskova Julia, but someone I mean two persons are raising hand. We have 7 questions. Is that okay? Well, first of all, I would like to invite Suci Apriliani. Are you there? Suci Apriliani. Hello. Hello, Suci Apriliani.
Yes, I am there, Miss Yoga.
Okay. Please ask the questions.
Yes, I am to ask.
Operator, please highlight Ibu Suci. Operator, are you on cam, Ibu Suci? Are you on cam?
I'm sorry, Mr. Yoga. I can on cam because my signal is not supported.
Okay, no problem. Okay, but I would like, it is an honor to know you if you're on cam. Okay, Ibu, silakan Bu Suci, monggo.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia boleh nggak, Miss
Yes,
Yoga?
please. Yes, please. I will try to translate. No worries.
Oke. Tadi dijelaskan oleh Dr. Lutfur Rahman Aftab itu untuk digital literacy in higher school. Yang saya tanyakan itu bagaimana sih untuk meningkatkan atau untuk membangun digital literasi itu pada siswa sekolah dasar. Mengingat siswa kita itu beraneka ragam karakteristiknya, juga untuk SD-SD yang mungkin ada di daerah yang bukan perkotaan itu sulit mendapatkan sinyal seperti itu.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aftab. The questions goes to you. How to improve digital literacy in elementary school, especially those who live in the suburb. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can you explain, Dr. Yoga, a little bit?
On cam first, then I will explain how to improve digital literacy in elementary school, especially in the suburb area. Those who live in the suburb.
Those who live in what?
In the suburb, in the remote area.
Okay. Yes, that's a very interesting questions. Thank you for the sisters. I did not completely get up her name, but thanks for the
Suci.
question.
Her name is Suci. Her name is Suci. Ibu Suci.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm really happy that she's having such a feelings for the suburbs and remote areas. Actually, remote areas in suburbs of one country is different from another countries. For example, in third world countries, we have different types of suburb areas. I mean, based on the facilitations that has been provided by the governments. And if we are if we are looking into the United States and find there some remote areas, those remote areas are different from the remote areas of Indonesia and simply from Afghanistan. I mean, based on the development of the every countries, there are different facilitations that has been provided to the remote areas. But simply, I have to say that those remote areas that has access to the internet, they can use all the technologies that has been introduced, LMS system, and I think LMS system is a very friendly systems for elementary students. Even in Afghanistan's many institutions during the COVID-19, many institutions and primary schools, they started using LMS for their students, and because it has many great options for the students. It has even interesting games when the students are getting bored, and they can play games with their tutors or something like that. So I think those remote areas and suburb areas that are having internet connections, they can use the same technologies, the same applications in the same media tools as like those institutions which are using in the main cities. It is very simple. They have to adapt themselves. Uh, so I think it's enough for Suita. They can simply use all the technologies, applications that has been introduced by the city universities or schools. If they have internet access, internet is the basic need of digital literacy everywhere, if it is city or if it is suburb areas. But if there is no internet, the institution in suburb areas are, it's very hard for them to adapt themselves to the era of digital literacy.
Okay, Dr. Aftab, thank you so much for the question. So the conclusion is, it is very hard for those who live in the suburb area or in the remote area to improve themselves in terms of digital literacy because of the facilitations, the demographic. Do you have any tips? Do you have any tips? Okay. I know this. Do you have any suggestions? Oh yeah, improve the facilities first. Okay. I mean, in the suburb area. Well, anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Aftab. Bu Suci, does that answer your question, Bu Suci? Bu Suci, halo, karena perbedaan. Halo Bu Suci. Ya, kalau di remote area mah agak sulit nggih, Bu Suci nggih. Satu kan karena akses internet juga susah. Apalagi ya, jadi pertama yang harus dilakukan mungkin government ini ya Bu ya, facilitating gini dulu, internet connections dulu. Agak sulit ya, karena juga kan Bu Suci finally, ini Bu Suci finally, thank you, you look so beautiful. Oke Ibu, terima kasih banyak. Tapi mengerti tadi penjelasan Pak Dr. Aftab?
Ya, mengerti sekali Miss Yoga, karena yang kita butuhkan memang akses internet ya, itu utama sekali. Thank you so much Miss Yoga.
Thank you Ibu Suci, nice meeting you here Ibu Suci. Well, next questions, Dr. Aftab, you will have many questions, but I will go to Miss Tarskova first, Ibu Elvi Widyanti, and then go to Miss Sahara, Professor Sahara after this, and back to Dr. Aftab again. Ibu Elvi Widyanti, are you here? Ibu Elvi. Hello, Ibu Elvi. Yeah, your question to Miss Starskova, right? First questions. Yes, you have a first question, your first question. Let me read in the chat box. Actually, I have a screenshot of your first questions.
Okay, thank you. For Russian speaker, the police can provide more confidence for other countries, and then what guarantee that is of payment property? And then what kind of protection does Russian state offer the international trading?
What kind of protections? Hold a second, Ibu. I don't get it. Number one, you have two questions, right? Number one, could you repeat, please? Number one,
whether the
policy, kebijakan,
more confidence for other
policy that is more convenience for other countries
and can guarantee
that
is implemented properly.
The implement. Could you say in bahasa Indonesia, Ibu? Could you say in bahasa Indonesia?
Apa jaminan yang bisa kami terima untuk negara lain tentang perdagangan yang ditawarkan secara tadi jaminan teknologi ya.
Jaminan teknologi. Apa jaminan untuk negara lain
jika
dan
melakukan perdagangan
jika melakukan perdagangan. Ibu maksudnya perdagangan dari negara lain ke Rusia atau gimana, Bu?
Ya, kebijakannya.
Okay. First question, Ms. Tarskova, is what is the policy of Russian government to guarantee the convenience of the trading other countries to Russia? The policy. Okay. And the second questions. What is the second questions?
What kind of protection? Jenisnya proteksi itu seperti apa yang negara lain untuk mengekspor barang ke Rusia secara digital? Tadi kan ada beberapa poin mempermudah.
Okay, what kind of protections that Russian guarantee for exporting goods to other countries? From other countries to Russia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terima kasih, Ibu. Okay, a translator. Hello. Mr. Skobar, where is your translator? Where is your translator? Translator?
Yes.
The translator, your translator. The one who helps you to translate.
Юлия Михайловна, вам задают вопрос, и просит ответить. Может ли политика обеспечить больше удобства для других стран, и может ли гарантировать Россия, что она реализуется должным образом? Наше правительство может ли это гарантировать?
Ну, вот мы по первой схеме отвечаем, что, на наш взгляд, поскольку вопрос цифровизации имеет глобальный характер, целесообразно решать эти вопросы именно на уровне мирового сообщества, создание универсальных документов, которые впоследствии будут имплементированы в правовые системы, законодательства стран, которым это интересно. В таком случае будет единообразное видение государства, единообразное правовое регулирование.
In our opinion, according to Ms. Julia, in our opinion, since the issues of digitalization are global in nature, it's advisable to solve these issues at the level of the world community, means the creation of general documents which will then be implemented in the legislation of countries that are interested in it. In this case, there will be a uniform vision of states, uniform legal regulation. That's all.
So do you have a legal...
and also, I'm sorry, the second question. Ms. Julia would like to emphasize once again that indeed the issues of digitalization have affected all spheres of public life. Literally 5 years ago, there was no such possibility of, for example, online communication with colleagues from other countries. Now we can communicate and exchange the experience with each other.
So it means that Russian government has policy or has regulations to protect other countries in exporting goods to Russia.
Они спрашивают, они хотят уточнить, то есть это все, что делает Россия вот в данной политике, в данной сфере. Можно просто согласиться.
Все, что делает.
Yes.
Проводится политика в области цифровой трансформации различных сфер общественной жизни.
There are policy which are available in the all spheres of the Russian Federation.
Нормативно-правовое регулирование было указано на одном из слайдов презентации.
Also, the normative regulation, there was one on the slides of the presentation.
Oh, okay. Oke, Ibu, regulasinya ada di slide of presentation tadi, Bu. Menurut beliau, gitu Bu. Jadi ada proteksi dan regulasinya tadi ada di presentasinya beliau. Ibu Elvi, halo? Are you there? Ibu di mute, Ibu di mute, jadi saya nggak dengar.
Ya, saya sedang membaca salah satu kebijakan itu kan karena Rusia terkenal sangat ketat ya, negara besar sangat ketat dalam peraturan apapun, makanya saya tertarik untuk mempelajarinya. Salah satu negara saya tertarik untuk mempelajarinya karena di Rusia sendiri itu kan sangat ketat peraturannya. Apakah ada implikasi peraturan yang tersebut di Mbak lagi mengadakan penelitian itu benar diterapkan, bisa mempermudah orang ekspor di negara tersebut? Karena yang saya tahu.
Okay. I got it. The questions for the question is terakhir Bu ya, pertanyaan terakhir ini soalnya ada banyak pertanyaan. Okay. The further question is the regulations really implemented by Russian government because Russian Federation has a very tight tight regulations toward this kind of trading.
И также вам, Юлия Михайловна, вам также задают второй вопрос, и они спрашивают, потребности цифровой экономики формируют новые вызовы для права интеллектуальной собственности. Как, на ваш взгляд, вот каковы вызовы цифровой экономики, как идет развитие цифровой экономики в нашей стране, и также просят назвать негативные и позитивные последствия для общества и правительства, то есть как реализуется там. Ну вот.
Да, давайте тогда начнем вот с того, что я последнее прислала. Ключевой задачей Российской Федерации является адаптация законодательства Российской Федерации в сфере правовой охраны интеллектуальной собственности к вызовам цифровой экономики. Предлагается реализовать около 14 новых информационных систем по регистрации, охране прав на объекты интеллектуальной собственности. В настоящее время данную политику проводит Федеральная служба по интеллектуальной собственности Российской Федерации. Она сосредоточена на переходе к электронному документообороту, расширению ассортимента глобальной патентной информации, доступной в режиме онлайн, полной автоматизации процесса формальной экспертизы заявок, в целом расширение и улучшение спектра и качества цифровых услуг.
Translator?
Currently, the Federal Service for Intellectual Property of the Russian Federation is focused on transition to electronic documents management, expanding the range of global patent information available online, fully automating the process of formal examination of applications, and generally expanding the improving the range and quality of digital services.
Конечно, очень большой проблемой является обеспечение защиты от несанкционированного доступа к объектам интеллектуальной охраны.
Of course, Юлия Михайловна, можете, пожалуйста, повторить ответ?
Конечно, большой проблемой, я думаю, во всех странах является обеспечение, несанкционированный доступ к объектам интеллектуальной собственности, поскольку... Давайте прям по предложениям, наверное, переводить, так, наверное, будет удобнее. В общем, суть такая, что...
Хорошо.
Проблема, общемировая проблема, с ней сталкивается и Российская Федерация, это нарушение в области несанкционированного доступа к объектам интеллектуальной собственности, вследствие чего правообладатели терпят, в общем, определенные убытки.
of course, the main task which Russia and other countries deals, it's the violation in the area of unauthorized access all over the world, and in Russia. The Russia providing the protection of against the authorized access.
Ну и в целом политика Российской Федерации направлена на ужесточение ответственности за нарушение интеллектуальных прав. У нас глобальная такая политика сейчас проводится.
And the global policy and the main task is the global the global нарушение.
Ужесточение ответственности за нарушение в области интеллектуальной собственности.
The global tightening for this violation.
Okay. Ibu Elvi, sudah translate or not? Ya tentunya ada pelanggaran, Ibu, ada pelanggaran tadi ya, violations ya, pada prakteknya ya, tentunya ada. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Starskova. Thank you so much for the answers. Thank you. Now I would like to invite those who ask Professor Sahara first. Tadi yang tanya ke Profesor Sahara, sinten nggih? Saya harus cek dulu. Wait a moment. Let me check the screenshot. Camila, Ibu Camila, are you there? Ibu Camila, Professor Sahara, are you there?
Yes, I rejoined.
Okay, thank you. Let me invite Ibu Camila. Ibu Camila, hello.
Yes, I am here, Ibu Yoga.
Yeah, please do.
I have a question for Professor Dr. Zahara. I am a teacher of kindergarten school. So my question is how to choose the best storybook that can support to developing akhlak Islami and good character for our children. That's my question, Bu Yoga.
Thank you. I think I don't need to translate because Professor Zahara will answer directly.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Ibu Camila. Just to clarify, to choose the best one, the best
storybook for children.
Oh, okay. This is actually quite generic questions. Yeah, Ibu Camila memang teachers at kindergarten ya, at preschool ya, PAUD, guru di PAUD ya. Ibu Camila ya, okay. Yes, this is a very good question actually, because yeah, we have to start all the akhlak, the good manners, yeah, the good moral from the early childhood education from PAUD lah. Ya, dari PAUD memang bagus kita mulakan dengan storybook, ya. So apakah how to choose the best storybook? Of course, we have before we choose the storybook to read for the student or to ask student to read by their own. For sure, we need to read first. Ya, we need to kita perlu baca dahulu, teliti dahulu, pilih dahulu dan lihat siapakah tokoh-tokoh yang ada dalam buku tersebut yang dapat diteladani oleh kita punya pelajar lah. So of course we need to read first, yeah, and then because what we want from the storybook, we want them to maybe to follow, ya, untuk mengikuti qudwah hasanah, untuk akhlak mulia. Jadi untuk itu kita mesti memilih buku-buku yang mendekatkan kanak-kanak ini dengan amalan baik, Ya, jadi untuk itu kalau kita sebagai Muslim kita akan pilih buku-buku yang ada mungkin cerita para nabi, Qisasul Anbiya yang telah dimudahkan untuk kefahaman kanak-kanak, bukan kefahaman dewasa ya, bukan kefahaman orang tua, tapi kefahaman kanak-kanak, sebab the best and the true story actually from Qisasul Anbiya. Ya, because ada story semua cerita dongeng. Ya, boleh pilih ya, cerita tentang pari-pari, cerita tentang mungkin si tanggang atau apa-apa cerita. Tapi semua cerita itu adalah cerita dongeng. Jadi cerita terbaik adalah cerita from the storybook. Ya, from the Qisasul Anbiya. From the Qisasul, sorry, because I had something. Okay, Qisasul Anbiya yang dipermudahkan ya, kalau saya boleh contoh ya, kisah para anbiya yang telah difilmkan dalam bahasa Inggeris. Contohnya ya, ini cerita yang saya pada masa saya mendidik anak-anak saya dahulu. Cerita itu dalam bahasa Inggeris menceritakan tentang Nabi Nuh, the Noah's Ark, tentang bahtera Nabi Nuh, tapi diceritakan oleh orang Kristian. Ya, bagaimana cerita Nabi Nuh itu difilmkan, kartun itu dikumpulkan binatang itu 2 by 2, dua naik sepasang kan, yang jantan dan betina naik ke botnya. Jadi itu sangat menarik sebenarnya. Jadi kalau kita jadi guru, sepatutnya kita memudahkan kefahaman murid kita untuk memahami Qisasul Anbiya, kerana itu adalah kisah benar yang ada, dan kisah itu sebenarnya memberi tauladan kepada anak-anak untuk khususnya untuk melahirkan akhlak yang mulia. Itu poin yang pertama lah yang saya rasa saya boleh share. Tapi Ibu Kamila sendiri, saya kira sebagai guru di PAUD mungkin memang ada pengalaman yang banyak juga ya, boleh kita kongsi dan boleh diaplikasi. Jadi itu saja untuk ini, Dr. Yoga, thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Ibu Professor Sarah and Ibu Kamila. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the time limitation, I limit the question only for 3 persons, because our next honorable speaker from Morocco, Dr. Amina Turabi, she is here ready, and she's going to have examinations after her presentation. So thank you so much, Miss Tarskova Julia, for your presentation and for you being here today with us. It is a great honor for me as the moderator, and also it is a great honor for Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. You may stay or you may leave, it depends on your activities, on your agenda. Thank you so much, Professor Zahara, for being here today. I know you have 2 conferences today, and thank you for managing the time well, so you can be in for question and answer session. Thank you so much. We are greatly honored for having you here. And also, thank you so much for my beloved friend, Honorable Speaker Dr. Aftab from Malay Institute University. Thank you for being here. Thank you. We are really sorry for waking you up in the early morning, or also for Mr. Skopa Julia.
Dr. Yoga, thank you so much. I have some questions of our friends. If you have time, I can just simply and quickly answer those questions.
Yeah, okay, please.
Yeah.
Please highlight Dr. Aftab, please, operator. Yes, please. Yes,
yeah,
please. Operator.
I'm sorry. I received. Let me share my videos. So I just received a questions from a listener, and he asked about the different types of literature review, and he requested very humbly. So I simply have to say that we have different types of literature reviews. We cannot explain in details, but I have to say that we have a systematic literature, that we simply jot down our research questions and then we are looking and reading the
I think the connections. I think the connections of Dr. Aftab. Yeah, I think not me, right? Not my connections.
Yeah, his connection.
Ah, okay, great. I'm
We can
afraid
hear
that was
you.
because
Yeah.
I'm at home. Okay, but let him back after this. Then I would like to invite Dr. Amina Turabi. Dr. Amina Turabi, are you here? Dr. Amina. Hello, Dr. Amina. Hello. Ah, finally, here you are. Thank you so much. I think you have to unmute the microphone. Unmute the microphone, please.
Can hear me
Okay.
now?
Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Please, Dr. Yuga, have you?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, before Dr. Amina Turabi present her presentations for 10 to 15 minutes, I would like to introduce her short profile. Her short profile. Okay. Dr. Amina Turabi, a teacher, researcher at IANSA. I don't know how to pronounce it. Agadir University, Ibn Zor. 29 National PhD in Management Science at Qadi Ayad University in Marrakesh. 2010 research teacher at the National School of Applied Science. 2016 University Habilitation Diploma Ibn Zor University Agadir. But Dr. Amina, before you start the presentations to Dr. Aftab, let me, because you will speak about 1 minute, please hold a second. Dr. Aftab, are you there? Dr. Aftab, are you there? Hello? Dr. Aftab, are you there? Let me call him for 1 minute and then back to you again. His WhatsApp is on. Okay, so well, okay, since I think he has a problem with his signal, so Dr. Amina, please do your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, please, Dr.
Operator, hello, bantu. Yeah, she will help you, no worries, okay? Operator, hello, Busesa. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, okay. Why this is Okay, hello everybody. Thank you very much, Yoga. I'm very happy to be with you from Morocco. This is a great opportunity for me to wake up early now. It's 5 a.m. in Morocco. So my name is Amina Tourabi. I am from Ibn Zohr University. I propose these topics about the innovation management or study of the impact of the training in the emergence of innovation. Please, you can pass the slide. Next slide, please. Please, you got next slide. Okay.
Next slide, okay.
So several studies. Several studies have analyzed the links between training and improved productivity by adopting innovation as an explanatory intermediary by the other, Crepon, Duguest, and Meres. Others agree that increased investment in research and development through training can help foster and stimulate innovation. Through our article, we will confirm this statement by studying correlations that exist between the deployment of training and the dynamics of managerial innovation. Thus, we formulated our problematic, which revolves around the following questions. What is the relation between knowledge and innovation? Please, next slide, Dr. Yoga.
Yeah, next slide, please.
So to understand the direct and indirect links between the deployment of continuous training and the emergence and development of organizational innovations, we have asked many other questions, such as what is the role of investment in research and development in the innovation process? Does the acquisition of knowledge sufficiently stimulate innovation? In addition, what is the ability of companies to capitalize on training and absorb the knowledge needed for innovation? To answer these questions, we have adopted theoretical presentation suggests an important contribution of training to the innovation process. We then used the Klein and the Rosenberg innovation process model, the explanatory model of innovation and training of Dosti and Paré, as well as the representations made in the manual of Oslo of the questions. Please, next slide. About G, next slide.
Okay.
Study will deal with the impact of training deployments and the emergence of organizational innovations. The latter are supposed to act latently on product and process innovations and are taken as an explanatory variable of the organization's performance. The choice of organizational innovation is also justified by their ability to sufficiently improve the quality, optimizing efficiency and conditions of work to foster the exchange of information and to provide the organization with greater capacity, learning, and use of new knowledge and technologies. So we choose to adopt a qualitative approach. And our research model will address the issue of the relationship between training and innovation in the ANP National Agency of the Ports. Through the qualitative approach, we will explain that the dynamics of innovation is due to the absorption capacity of knowledge. This next slide. Let me begin with the research model. The interaction between training and innovation. Certainly others like Bishir, Landry, and Amara affirm that between training and innovation, there are ambiguous effects. However, in reality, training and learning activities involve the motivation of employees, increasing their performance, developing their skills, and the possibility of realizing their potential. This is what many psychologists like Maslow call the feeling of accomplishment and belonging among employees. By increasing employee satisfaction, training becomes an opportunity to enrich and adapt their knowledge, which help to build skills and create new skills needed to bring innovation to life. In a sustainable development approach, training is integrated as an incremental organizational innovation. The latter aims to improve working conditions and boost the potential of human resources. The following diagram explains interaction between training and organizational innovation. So for effective training promotes the potential for innovation to the organization because it's build human resources and gives them a sense of it assists their organizational learning and thus their capacity for innovation. It's also improve the knowledge and skills necessary for creativity, and ultimately it's develop the skills of human resources that constitute the actual capital of the organization and stimulator of to innovation. So we ask ourselves the questions about the evaluation of the effectiveness of the training. Please, Doctor, next slide. Okay. In terms of human resource management, training effectiveness depends on several factors classified into 3 types. Factors related to the individual himself, his motivation, prerequisites, transfer of learning, etc. A factor related to the training itself, balance between theory and practice, content compatible with the needed of the company and human resources, and factors related to the work environment, supports of the administration, colleagues, availability of resources to practice, corporate culture, etc. So the model of Kirkpatrick proposes 5 evaluation levels. Please, the next slide. The explanatory factor of the capacity to innovate are very connected and diversified. The authors grouped them into 2 groups. First, the quantities of innovation inputs, mainly internal and external research and development expenditure, and the other sources of knowledge used, and then the variable characteristic of the organization, like size, membership of a group, geographic location, number of engineering, etc. In fact, in addition to motivation, profitability, and creating added value, companies rely on their own knowledge creation making to give capacity. With that underlined the existence of a linear relationship explaining the ability to innovate through investment in intangible fixed asset on the one hand and the other explanatory variables on the other. Please, the next slide. I think this is some decalage. Yes. So with that underline the existence of linear relationship explaining the ability to innovate through investment in intangible fixed assets on the one hand and the other explanatory variable on the other. Those C and all represented it as a statistic linear probability model defined as follow. So innovation is depend from the beta 0 plus beta 1 formation is another variables with the G is varied and the T is the year. So X is taken as a vector representing the characteristic related to the firm and its strategic activity area. Beta 1 represents the impact of offering training of the profitability of innovation. Please, next slide, Dr. Yoga. So it's certainly accepted that the deployment of training alone does not seem sufficient to lead to the creation of innovation, dynamism in rather ability to absorb relevant information, their capacity to accumulate knowledge needed for innovation. their ability to develop and adapt the knowledge, and their ability to transform theoretical learning into innovative actions. Please, the next slide. So all of these abilities come from a state of skills accumulated during training. Two factors internal to the company made it possible to enrich this absorption capacity. It's the research and development and the human capital. The others also add the capacity of the training to offer concrete solutions to the problem of the company. So we believe that the conditions conducive to the emergence and development of innovations following training can be summarized in 4 points: quality and nature of training, development of individuals, the learning capacity of the organization, and the relations. Please, next slide. Now we can present the national agenda. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, the National Ports Agency was created by Law 1502 in the form of the control body, which has the mission of the Port Authority, regulation, maintenance, and development of ports infrastructure and superstructures. The National Ports Agency has a geographical location with 3,500 kilometer miles for coastline, a position in the Strait of Gibraltar, and crossroad of the world's major communication routes. It's managed a significant part of the trade in the national economy, as a big percentage in the goods passed through to the ports. Hydrocarbons, cereal in tons. It also represents an economic importance for the activity related to seafood products. Who's the next slide? The next one. The National Ports Agency is training central and central place its organization. It has the Ports Training Institute, which provides budgeted training to employees of the National Ports Agency, all levels, all ports of country. The National Ports Agency has financial autonomy, more than 5 millions dirham to finance and any kind of ports institute with the specialization relating to the port professions, whether it be technical training, office automation, didactics, or upgrades training for low chance or advancement chance of position, etc. The Ports Training Institute offers very specialized training and thematic training. On one who provide the training is specialized, and those who receive the training are. So the National Ports Agency is the structure that represents the real borders of Morocco. The training offered is also a strategic asset, not only for the operators, but also for the whole country. For example, in the safety training, we train to act and react in case of major fire, gas explosion, how to handle a case of mass evacuation. We have a C10 of kerosene of sulfuric acid, which is discharged from boats of all the countries of the world. So we have not only training profession, we have risk prevention training, risk correction, etc. Disaster cannot affect that the national agency, the whole country is concerned. Please, the next diapo, please. Next one. Yeah. We conducted interview human resources manage, and we synthesize the answers, groups them, and discuss them as presented in the following. In terms of training strategy, the National Force Agency has a very distant visibility of 2013. We cannot manage ports with the short vision, but we see the port with a perspective. So we will need to train people now to be able to manage it. The National Port Agency sees the need to require people, give them time to acclimatize, to become familiar with the person who supervises them, then to profile their intellectual relief and engage them in training that can bring them in. Before, once they are formed, they must accumulate experience that they know their mistakes and they correct them. The main characteristic of the training deployed within the organization is that the directed corrections of the knowledge and supervision of the competence. On the other hand, the training itself can identify deficiencies or areas for implementing the organized training in the direction of these needs. Please, the next slide. Next diapo. Okay. The relationship supports the shared predisposition to innovation in some people who may be behavioral leaders within the agency and who are supposed to influence other collaborators. Training and innovation are seen as the rise of the railway. Training is a rail and innovation is the other rail, and the two are inseparable. Why we will do training if we are not going to innovate? Arterial schema in app, which demonstrates that innovation and training from vicious circle. So training and innovation are inseparable keywords. In reality, the needs for innovation is after quality. We have not rights to the error about the quality of our information system. We cannot have a faculty information system that stops. We work 24 hours a day, and we manage a system connected. We manage the system net connected to all ports in the world. As soon as a boat to Morocco comes out of this ports of origin, we are supposed to have all the necessary information on the latter. In response to the questions of training in innovation, the National Ports Agency is aware that it is very complicated to train in innovation. It remains difficult to train an agent to have a capacity for innovation. It's the same, but you can put it in a situation that presents a need to create or use a new working. This is where we can innovate. The next slide, please. The next one. Okay, the post information strategic management innovation. Mechanism for the development of innovations in the National Ports Agency bigger process by defining free of information required and acceptable, and then the organization chooses to the appropriate training. This acceptable result of Nigerian organizational improvements like the information system, health, safety at work, well-being at work, etc. So, contrary to we suppose in theory, training causes innovation. It is innovation that requires this or that's training in contingents on innovation. In other words, the desire to promote innovation companies to imagine new training situation. The next slide, please. As a result, organizational innovation process in the National Agency of Ports, innovation causes training. The process begins with the choice of a level of information acceptable by the group, and then to identify the people and trades that need training to reach this level. We have this future innovation organizations. It's after planning and budgeting to translate it into reality. Once this session is integrated into the culture of the company, it becomes a kind of the dirty form and piece on an engine of innovation. In summary, training is not a vector for innovation. It is rather a tool for innovation. The National Port Agency is IT monopoly study at the national level, but it's also manage a great international competition. For her, innovation becomes a human, commercial, innovation in the social sense, well-being, etc. Being an investment in human capital, training creates in reality a climate of exchange, development of the relation, motivation and conviviality between the trained ones. This continuously develop a certain dynamic to innovate, improve, compare, and complement each other. So the last slide, please. Last diapo. The next. Yes, the next. The next one, in conclusion. Okay. So in short, we can say that managerial innovation and continuous training are undissociable. And true, the latter is not a vector for innovation, but can be considered as subordinate to the direction of the human resources direction of the National Agency of Ports. Innovation is now an inseparable for performance, which together with the training represents two growth locomotives. It is an innovative practice, not of human resource management, but of human relations management. The interview confirmed that continuing training increases the human resources and improves the know-how. It's not alone. It has also turned out that the atmosphere of conviviality, changes during the training, promote learning capacity, and generates the dynamics of innovation. Example, meeting and discussion of participants, the formation of different agents allows some of in the different contexts to grow ideas, to make experience, initiative to collaboration, etc. The information system at the National Ports Agency constitutes a large fund, which triggers specific needs in this case, and under efficiency approach. It is the need for organizational innovation that has stimulated so much. I hope I expect the time allocated for this session.
Okay. Thank you so much for very well presentations, Dr. Amina Turabi, and thank you so much. I do apologize for waking you up very early in the morning. And what time is it there in Morocco? What time is it in Morocco now? What time?
5 past half.
5 past half. Okay.
5 p.m. 5 p.m.
Okay. Okay.
Prepare for the prayer.
Subuh prayer will be 7 a.m., right? You told me, right?
Yes, at 7, after 2 hours. Yes.
You look so great and very beautiful. Thank you, Dr. Amina, for being here. We have one question for you. Ibu Elfi. Hello, Ibu Elfi. Ibu Elfi, operator, please. Ibu Elfi. Sama Pak Ardi mau angkat tangan deh, Pak Ardi. Pak Ardi mau bertanya? Yes? Oh, okay, please. Pak Ardi dulu boleh, silakan. Pak Ardi, what is your question? Silakan.
Sepertinya saya pakai bahasa Indonesia atau pakai bahasa Inggris, Bu?
Dua-duanya boleh, Pak. Bebas. Oke. Okay. Bahasa Inggris lebih bagus, karena saya nggak usah translate, kan? Monggo.
I hear Mr. Amina, the topic of POTS. Pertanyaan my question is, sebentar.
Yeah. It's okay, slowly, pelan-pelan, nggak apa-apa, Pak. Dibacanya.
How to maximize revenue in the pot? Okay, just it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Amina,
the question is what? Yes.
The question is how to maximize the revenue in the port. Is that is it related to your topic or not? But by seeing the word port, it is related. He is asking how to maximize revenue in the port.
Okay, the topics talks about relationship between revenue and innovation. But to maximize the revenue, the ports, I think the agency works on the attractivity of the. For example, if a boat come in Morocco in the ports, he must pass the minimum of the time quickly. The information is here quickly as the services are there quickly. The boats he passed the minimum of hours, because every hours it's with the price. So if every boats come in Morocco past the little hour and have the systems, so next time we passed in the ports. So the revenue of the port will be more extent if we have the maximum of the ports. We have the other attractivity of the ports like Brasilia, like Portugal, like Spain, but Morocco works to ameliorate the attractivity of the ports in everywhere of the world.
So you mean Morocco has more revenues, the port of Morocco has more revenues because it is more attractive? It is compared
More
to
attractive strategic geographical position, and we have a system of interest connected everywhere. So he attracts the maximum of the boat over the transition. This is a transition for trade.
Okay, so because you attract more boats to get into the port, so that is why you have more revenues.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ardi. Apakah memahami? Okay, great. So your English must be good. Dr. Amina, we have actually two. Ada Pak Suhadi and Bu Endang. Okay, Pak Suhadi dulu, monggo Pak Suhadi. Please do. Ya, silakan. Halo Pak Suhadi.
Ya,
Oke.
ini
Ya, thank you.
Sudah. Ya.
Silakan
Saya pakai
bertanya.
bahasa Indonesia saja, Bu.
Oh,
Nanti
boleh.
nanti kalau memahaminya, gitu.
Ya, oke, boleh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Mohon maaf kalau pertanyaan saya mungkin kurang nyambung dengan yang disampaikan oleh pemateri Bu Amina. Saya bertanya. Yang pertama, apakah kurikulum pendidikan yang ada di Malaysia itu
Malaysia apa Maroko? Beliau Maroko.
Oh ya, maksudnya Maroko. Di Maroko itu apakah setiap pergantian menteri, setiap pergantian presiden itu kurikulum juga berubah? Itu yang pertama. Kedua, ya. Kemudian yang kedua, sekarang kurikulum pendidikan yang diterapkan di sana itu kurikulumnya bagaimana?
Oke,
Kelebihan kurikulum yang sekarang diterapkan itu seperti apa?
Oke, got it.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Amina is a lecturer in Ibn Zor University. I think even the topic is not related, but I believe she will answer well. Dr. Amina, the question has no relationship with the topic. It is about education, the curriculum education. But I do believe because you are the educator, also you will be able to answer. The question is, perlu diketahui ya Pak, di Maroko itu kingdom, jadi tidak ada pergantian. If the Minister of Education change, my question is, if the Minister of Education change in your country, or new minister, new regulation of the curriculum or not? And what is the latest curriculum education or educational curriculum in your country right now? Thank you.
Sorry, for Minister of Education.
Yeah,
we have two departments, education.
Departments, okay.
Before university and education after university. What do you mean?
After university, because you are in the university, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. in university and the School of Engineer. So we need a minister of, if I understand your questions, what we need to be educator in university in Morocco. This is your question?
No. The question is the changing of the Minister of Education. Will the change impact the curriculum? Because in Indonesia, if we have new minister, and then the regulations will be different, and the curriculum will be that implemented in the education will be also different. Will it the same or the same curriculum all the time in your institutions, or I mean in education in Morocco in general?
Curriculum of course, the curriculum will be adapted and changed and ask more skills like the language, like the publication in platform and exit platform. Donc, we will progress, the curriculum will progress with the needs for university.
Oke, Pak, kurikulumnya berganti ya Pak, diadaptasi setiap kali diperlukan ya Pak ya. Jadi selalu adapted, karena memang perubahan zaman. Jadi bukan persoalan ganti menteri ya Pak, oke? Tapi karena perubahan zaman, jadi harus ganti kurikulum. So what is the latest curriculum in your, I mean in the education system now? What is the name of the curriculum? Do you have a
CV?
Oh, CV curriculum. Oh, namanya CV curriculum Bapak Suhadi saat ini yang diterapkan. What is CV?
Curriculum vitae. Curriculum vitae.
Curriculum. No. I mean curriculum for the education. Is this CV curriculum the name?
The professor, the curriculum for the professor.
No. For all. I mean for the education in general in Morocco. What is the name?
Yes, this is descriptive.
Descriptive.
Yes. The descriptive of.
Descriptive curriculum.
Yes.
Okay,
the descriptive must respond especially for the companies. Like in Morocco now, we have automobile companies, industry of automobile and industry of aeronautics.
Okay. So descriptive curriculum.
So we prepare the human resource. So we prepare the human resource to respond to the company is installed in Morocco. So employment, the first criteria, employment, the first interested university.
Okay, so namanya so the name is descriptive curriculum, preparing human resources to meet the need of the company, right? Yes. Preparing human resources to meet the need of the company.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, for company.
Yeah.
Especially for company. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pak. Karena beliau dari engineering, jadi kurikulumnya namanya deskriptif kurikulum, itu menyiapkan sumber daya manusia untuk sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri atau perusahaan gitu nih Pak. Pak Suhadi nggih. Jadi kurikulum selalu ganti Pak Suhadi, nggih. Terima kasih Pak Suhadi, guru penggerak kita. Now we go to Ibu Endang. Bu Endang, please do. Langsung bahasa Inggris saja Ibu, dan tidak usah saya translate. Nggih. Monggo.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Yoga, you have given me an opportunity to ask question to Dr. Amina. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Amina.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Endang Retno.
Yeah, Endang Retno. Okay, you have given us some slide about acquire. One of your slide shown us about how to acquire knowledge sufficiently stimulate innovation. And then the question about how to build up the strategic, the strategic aspect to get the sustainable innovation or development. Can you get the point, Ms. Amina?
Okay, please, can you repeat the questions, please,
Okay.
Yoga?
In one of the Amina slide, given us about the explanation about how to acquire the knowledge sufficiently to stimulate innovation. And then in this point, I'm eager to know how to build up or how to make the strategic, how to build up the strategic aspect to get the sustainable development in order to get the goal of sustainable development.
Okay, in our study, we try to explain this relationship. We discovered that the key words, it's the ability to absorb the new information. If the resource human in her work can absorb the new information and the strategic information who passed through training, he can innovate and he can create a new response for the situation. So, for example, through the training about informatics, for example, the human resource can develop some method or adapt some method to the needs of the structure. So this is incremental innovation, but this is as a condition if we can absorb the maximum of information, two, to adapt the information, theoretical information, in the empirical study. If we can apply the information we have truth training and the reality in the company. So this is the innovation he can develop and push the innovation in the company on the structure.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Amina. So the point that we try to analyze the need of the real kebutuhan di lapangan. How to say, Ms. Yoga? Menyesuaikan dengan kebutuhan di lapangan.
So it is adapted to the needs in the field intended field.
Okay.
So the point is, if the human resources is able to observe the knowledge, then innovations will be there, right, Dr. Amina?
Yes, of course. So we have we can have the innovation from training, or the contrary. So from the terrain, from this company, we can develop innovation, and we can do some training for the other ports. For example, in port in Agadir, in my city, we can develop some methods to organize the work in the ports. After, if it's find the success, we can generate that of all the other ports in Morocco.
Okay. Yeah.
So in double sense, from training to company, or from human resources to the company. And in Morocco, we can to generate this training for the other company of Africa. The Center of Innovation of the AMP Morocco do several training for the countries of Africa.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Miss Amina. Your explanation is very good. And then I'm sure that you are one of the smart person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
She
Thank you,
is.
Yoga.
You're welcome, Ibu Endang. Thank you so much, Dr. Amina Turabi, for being here with us today. Again, it is a great honor for us for having you to be our speaker today. I know you've been busy again. I'm really sorry for waking you up very early in the morning in your time. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Have a great day, Dr. Amina. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Allah
Ladies,
Akbar.
ladies and gentlemen, go back. Let me hand over this conference to the Master of Ceremony, Ibu Ihda Rosdiana. Please do. Bu Ihda.
Bu Susi tidak mau on kamera. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Yoga, for being the moderator of the plenary sessions. Also, I'd like to give our highest appreciations to all the distinguished speakers for today's event. And it's time to hand over the e-certificate to all the speakers. First, I'd like to give it to Associate Professor Dr. Zahara Binti Hussein. Thank you very much for being presenters in the second MALAPY 2022. Give applause, everyone. Thank you very much. Also, our appreciation goes to Dr. Lutfurrahman Aftab, PhD MPhil, as our presenter for today's event. Thank you very much, Dr. Lutfu. And then next, please. Our deep appreciation goes to Dr. Turabi Amina, also as a presenter in MALAPY 2022. Thank you very much, Doctor, for the insightful material. Next, thank you very much to Ms. Tarkova Julia, PhD from Samara, Russia, for being our presenter in second MALAPY. Thank you very much for your time. And then next, please. That's it. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much to all the speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, the participant of second MALAPY 2022. After this, we are going to have break time or lunch break. Yeah. So, I'd like you to back to the Zoom room at 1 p.m. because at 1 p.m. we are going to have parallel session. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say that our parallel session will be divided into 6 breakout rooms in Zoom. So make sure you check whether you are in the first or second or third or fourth or 5 or 6 room. So make sure that you are in the Zoom at 1 p.m. So we'll be right back at 1 p.m. to have parallel session, and each session, each break room will have a moderator for sure. Thank you very much. I'll see you at 1 p.m. Goodbye. We have a break time right now. Thank you very much. Ya, Bapak Ibu, untuk peserta MALAPY 2022 dari Pasca Sarjana, ini kita akan istirahat selama 1 jam kurang lebih ya. Jam 1 kita akan kembali lagi ke Zoom dan masing-masing akan berada di breakout room masing-masing. Jadi pastikan Bapak Ibu mengecek gitu ya. Bapak Ibu akan berada di room nomor berapa, seperti itu ya. Kita akan kembali lagi jam 1 Bapak Ibu. Selamat beristirahat. Ya. Bapak Ibu bisa stay di Zoom atau bisa leave terlebih dahulu, nanti bisa gabung lagi dengan link yang sama. Ya. Jam 1 kita akan tunggu Bapak Ibu. Ya, untuk partisipan juga boleh ikut ke breakout room ya, nanti sesuai dengan bidang yang diminati. Seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menyelenggarakan pendidikan secara profesional dan berkualitas berbasis literasi riset. Berdiri sejak tahun 2013, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal terus berupaya membuktikan eksistensi diri dalam dunia pendidikan.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didirikan untuk menciptakan sebuah akademisi yang cukup profesional dan diharapkan memiliki sebuah wawasan global.
Menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam interdisiplin keilmuan. Saat ini, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal mempunyai 3 program studi magister, yakni Magister Manajemen, Magister Hukum, dan Magister Pedagogi.
Menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompetensi dengan manajemen global, dilandasi dengan konsentrasi jurusan, antara lain manajemen sumber daya manusia, manajemen pemasaran, manajemen keuangan, dan semuanya menjadikan tuntutan global.
Magister Hukum Universitas Pancasakti Tegal berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi unggul di bidang ilmu hukum dalam pembangunan literasi hukum menuju pemberdayaan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. Magister Hukum menerima mahasiswa dari semua jenjang program sarjana S1.
S2 Magister Pedagogi sampai saat ini mempunyai beberapa keunggulan. Linier untuk guru semua bidang studi. Kemudian juga program studi S2 Magister Pedagogi ini satu-satunya program studi pedagogi yang ada di Jawa Tengah. Mari bergabung dengan kami.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi satu-satunya universitas di Jawa Tengah yang mempunyai program studi Magister Pedagogi. Kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul terdiri dari profesor dan doktor dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Kami berupaya untuk memberikan peningkatan kinerja terhadap proses belajar mengajar mahasiswa bagi peningkatan mutu kelulusan mahasiswa, peningkatan kerjasama selalu kami upayakan baik kerjasama nasional maupun kerjasama internasional.
Di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, kami melatih para magistra agar mampu melakukan kajian-kajian keilmuan serta mendorong sebuah kemampuan penelitian yang unggul dan kompetitif di bidang sains.
Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas. Sebagai penunjang utama akademik, Pasca Sarjana UPS Tegal didukung oleh perpustakaan yang menyediakan ratusan ribu koleksi buku fisik dan digital yang memudahkan mahasiswa dalam melakukan penelusuran sumber-sumber ilmiah. Komitmen penuh mendedikasikan diri dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang berkualitas, menjadikan Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi pilihan tepat untuk menempa diri. Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menyelenggarakan pendidikan secara profesional dan berkualitas berbasis literasi riset. Berdiri sejak tahun 2013, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal terus berupaya membuktikan eksistensi diri dalam dunia pendidikan.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didirikan untuk menciptakan sebuah akademisi yang cukup profesional dan diharapkan memiliki sebuah wawasan global.
Menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam interdisiplin keilmuan. Saat ini, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal mempunyai 3 program studi magister, yakni Magister Manajemen, Magister Hukum, dan Magister Pedagogi.
Menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompetensi dengan manajemen global, dilandasi dengan konsentrasi jurusan, antara lain manajemen sumber daya manusia, manajemen pemasaran, manajemen keuangan, dan semuanya menjadikan tuntutan global.
Magister Hukum Universitas Pancasakti Tegal berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi unggul di bidang ilmu hukum dalam pembangunan literasi hukum menuju pemberdayaan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. Magister Hukum menerima mahasiswa dari semua jenjang program sarjana S1.
S2 Magister Pedagogi
mampu melakukan kajian-kajian keilmuan serta mendorong sebuah kemampuan penelitian yang unggul dan kompetitif di bidang sains.
Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas. Sebagai penunjang utama akademik, Pasca Sarjana UPS Tegal didukung oleh perpustakaan yang menyediakan ratusan ribu koleksi buku fisik dan digital yang memudahkan mahasiswa dalam melakukan penelusuran sumber-sumber ilmiah. Komitmen penuh mendedikasikan diri dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang berkualitas menjadikan Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi pilihan tepat untuk menempa diri. Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menyelenggarakan pendidikan secara profesional dan berkualitas berbasis literasi riset. Berdiri sejak tahun 2013, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal terus berupaya membuktikan eksistensi diri dalam dunia pendidikan.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didirikan untuk menciptakan sebuah akademisi yang cukup profesional dan diharapkan memiliki sebuah wawasan global.
Menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam interdisiplin keilmuan. Saat ini, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal mempunyai 3 program studi magister, yakni Magister Manajemen, Magister Hukum, dan Magister Pedagogi.
Menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompetensi dengan manajemen global, dilandasi dengan konsentrasi jurusan, antara lain manajemen sumber daya manusia, manajemen pemasaran, manajemen keuangan, dan semuanya menjadikan tuntutan global.
Magister Hukum Universitas Pancasakti Tegal berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi unggul di bidang ilmu hukum dalam pembangunan literasi hukum menuju pemberdayaan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. Magister Hukum menerima mahasiswa dari semua jenjang program sarjana S1.
S2 Magister Pedagogi sampai saat ini mempunyai beberapa keunggulan. Linier untuk guru semua bidang studi. Kemudian juga program studi S2 Magister Pedagogi ini satu-satunya program studi pedagogi yang ada di Jawa Tengah. Mari bergabung dengan kami.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi satu-satunya universitas di Jawa Tengah yang mempunyai program studi Magister Pedagogi. Kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul terdiri dari profesor dan doktor dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Kami berupaya untuk memberikan peningkatan kinerja terhadap proses belajar mengajar mahasiswa bagi peningkatan mutu kelulusan mahasiswa, peningkatan kerjasama selalu kami upayakan baik kerjasama nasional maupun kerjasama internasional.
Di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, kami melatih para magistra agar mampu melakukan kajian-kajian keilmuan serta mendorong sebuah kemampuan penelitian yang unggul dan kompetitif di bidang sains.
Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas. Sebagai penunjang utama akademik, Pasca Sarjana UPS Tegal didukung oleh perpustakaan yang menyediakan ratusan ribu koleksi buku fisik dan digital yang memudahkan mahasiswa dalam melakukan penelusuran sumber-sumber ilmiah. Komitmen penuh mendedikasikan diri dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang berkualitas, menjadikan Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi pilihan tepat untuk menempa diri. Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, menyelenggarakan pendidikan secara profesional dan berkualitas berbasis literasi riset. Berdiri sejak tahun 2013, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal terus berupaya membuktikan eksistensi diri dalam dunia pendidikan.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didirikan untuk menciptakan sebuah akademisi yang cukup profesional dan diharapkan memiliki sebuah wawasan global.
Menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam interdisiplin keilmuan. Saat ini, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal mempunyai 3 program studi magister, yakni Magister Manajemen, Magister Hukum, dan Magister Pedagogi.
Menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompetensi dengan manajemen global, dilandasi dengan konsentrasi jurusan, antara lain manajemen sumber daya manusia, manajemen pemasaran, manajemen keuangan, dan semuanya menjadikan tuntutan global.
Magister Hukum Universitas Pancasakti Tegal berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi unggul di bidang ilmu hukum dalam pembangunan literasi hukum menuju pemberdayaan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. Magister Hukum menerima mahasiswa dari semua jenjang program sarjana S1.
S2 Magister Pedagogi sampai saat ini mempunyai beberapa keunggulan. Linier untuk guru semua bidang studi. Kemudian juga program studi S2 Magister Pedagogi ini satu-satunya program studi pedagogi yang ada di Jawa Tengah. Mari bergabung dengan kami.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi satu-satunya universitas di Jawa Tengah yang mempunyai program studi Magister Pedagogi. Kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul terdiri dari profesor dan doktor dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Kami berupaya untuk memberikan peningkatan kinerja terhadap proses belajar mengajar mahasiswa bagi peningkatan mutu kelulusan mahasiswa, peningkatan kerjasama selalu kami upayakan baik kerjasama nasional maupun kerjasama internasional.
Di Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, kami melatih para magistra agar mampu melakukan kajian-kajian keilmuan serta mendorong sebuah kemampuan penelitian yang unggul dan kompetitif di bidang sains.
Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas. Sebagai penunjang utama akademik, Pasca Sarjana UPS Tegal didukung oleh perpustakaan yang menyediakan ratusan ribu koleksi buku fisik dan digital yang memudahkan mahasiswa dalam melakukan penelusuran sumber-sumber ilmiah. Komitmen penuh mendedikasikan diri dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang berkualitas menjadikan Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menjadi pilihan tepat untuk menempa diri. Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal menyelenggarakan pendidikan secara profesional dan berkualitas berbasis literasi riset. Berdiri sejak tahun 2013, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal terus berupaya membuktikan eksistensi diri dalam dunia pendidikan.
Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal didirikan untuk menciptakan sebuah akademisi yang cukup profesional dan diharapkan memiliki sebuah wawasan global.
Menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam interdisiplin keilmuan. Saat ini, Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pancasakti Tegal mempunyai 3 program studi magister, yakni Magister Manajemen, Magister Hukum, dan Magister Pedagogi.
Menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompetensi dengan manajemen global, dilandasi dengan konsentrasi jurusan, antara lain manajemen sumber daya manusia, manajemen pemasaran, manajemen keuangan, dan semuanya menjadikan tuntutan global.
Magister Hukum Universitas Pancasakti Tegal berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi unggul di bidang ilmu hukum dalam pembangunan literasi hukum menuju pemberdayaan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. Magister Hukum menerima mahasiswa dari semua jenjang program.
Small medium enterprises are very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes, organization and industrial cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transactions.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, development, and global.
Rosdiana, head of the home. She's head of the Indonesian program at Universitas Tegal. Ibu Ika Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class. Every
every age, every program service units.
Contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about the slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia? One of the barrier is developing is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of happy mark, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shorten.
They're back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that please.
Small medium enterprise is very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial
cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transactions.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the Indonesian program at Ibu Ika Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program service units.
Contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about the slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia? One of the barrier is developing is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of happy mark, that we can see. see, because of time constraints, I will shorten. Yeah.
Back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that
small medium enterprises are very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transactions.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the Indonesian program at Universitas Tegal. Ibu Ika Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program service units.
The contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprises in Indonesia? One of the barrier is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of Happy Mark, yeah, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shorten. Yeah.
Back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that
Small medium enterprises are very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial cooperation
of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation and countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transactions.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the Indonesian program at Ibu Ita Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program serves 5 units.
The contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprises in Indonesia? One of the barrier is the problem is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of happy mark, yeah, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shorten. Yeah.
Back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that
small medium enterprises are very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial
cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation and countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transaction.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the information program at Universitas. Ibu Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program surface units.
The contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia? One of the barrier is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of Happy Mark, yeah, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shorten. Yeah.
Back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that
small medium enterprises are very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial
cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation and countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transaction.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the information program at Universitas. Ibu Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program surface units.
contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia? One of the barrier is developing is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of Happy Mark, yeah, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shorten. Yeah.
They're back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that if
Please.
Small medium enterprise is very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial
Coalition of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation and countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transactions.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the Indonesian program at Universitas. Ibu Ika Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program surface units.
Contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia? One of the barrier is developing is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of Happy Mark, yeah, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shelter, at their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that if
small medium enterprise is very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial
cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment and other various electronic transactions.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the Indonesian program at Universitas. Ibu Ika Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program service units.
The contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprises in Indonesia? One of the barrier is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of Happy Mark, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shorten.
At their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that
Small medium enterprise is very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial
Cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation and countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transactions.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, development and global.
Rosdiana, head of home. She's head of the Indonesian program at University. Ibu Ika Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program survives units.
The contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia? One of the barrier is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of Happy Mark, yeah, that we can see because of time constraints. I will shorten. Yeah.
Back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that
small medium enterprise is very important in our lives, especially in Indonesia.
Yes. Organization and industrial
cooperation of the world through the conventional boundaries of nation and countries.
Commerce, e-commerce, electronic processment, and other various electronic transaction.
Choices and address the challenge issues of fossil fuel, the production and global.
Rosdiana, head of the home. She's head of the information program at Universitas. Ibu Ika Rosdiana, please do.
The advances in digital technology have not been widely utilized for the development of the potential.
Development states for all children in the class, every age, every program surface units.
The contribution of this research is to increase the entrepreneurial interest of Indonesian college graduates, where entrepreneurship can be one of the job options, supported by government programs.
We can see about this slide, assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, and expenses. Next slide, please.
So what is the barrier for the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia? One of the barrier is that they have a very low technology literacy, such as for the usage of.
Yes, this is case of Happy Mark, yeah, that we can see. Because of time constraints, I will shorten. Yeah.
Back their home because it was lockdown and they cannot go outside. Another thing, another very important issue, what I understand is that even
Look at these.
Small medium enterprises are very important in our